Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm grateful to be here. I trust you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment. If you are dealing with any difficulties at this time, remember that this too shall pass, and whatever you're feeling is a valid expression of what you're going through, both inside and out. Welcome, dear Tim Tux. Hello, dear Blair. As our first guests are arriving, allow me to set the intention of the space. I hope to be your humble host, and if I'm not, you can hold me accountable to that. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. May we come together regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system, ethnicity, etc. Good afternoon. Hello, dear Ono. Hello, dear Izvan. Artist Life, welcome. Hello, dear Jim Terry. Welcome. I'd also love to begin with an invocation of the Shanti mantra, the peace prayer taken from the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishad. It goes like this in Sanskrit. Sahana vavatu, sahanau bhunaktu, sahaviryam karva vahai tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvisha vahai. Shanti shanti shanti. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Hello, dear Daniel. I am early today, dear Jim. Yeah. Hello, dear Rob. Thank you for blessing our Sangha with a heart meme. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Namaste, dear Usha Priyaji. Hello, dear Jaybird. Happy to have you here, dear Miyananda. And thank you, Ono, for your quartet of finger hearts. Om Bhurmbhuvaswa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Hello, Mr. No One. Nice to see you too. Welcome, dear Talitha. Hello, and thank you for sharing the live, G. Welcome, dear Michelle, and Taylor, Arcana, and Kingbot. Hello, dear Koli. So, on the agenda for today's Sangha, we'll have Shravana, the section dedicated to listening, and there's no show and tell today. But if you wanted to submit something for show and tell, you can check out the link tree in the bio. There's a show and tell submission form there. Then we shall have a reading of, where is it? There it is. The Journey Home. We are starting the 12th chapter of the 4th act today. It's a short one. Nearing the end of the book. That'll be Shravana. Then we'll have Manana, dedicated to Q&A. We'll have a question of the day about what comes from the inside first, before world peace. And then we'll have an intermission of some poetry reading by the Sufi saint Rumi. And then we'll end with Nididhyasana, supplementary practice. Tonight is the 3rd night of Navaratri, the 9 nights of the goddess. This third night is dedicated to Chandraghanta, which is the form of the divine who is adorned with a bell, a Ghanta, in the shape of the moon, Chandra. So we'll be doing a mantra for her. Hello, dear Anna Poles, and thank you for your TikTok. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, dear Emma. Hello, Riri. Hello, Romy. Welcome, dear Orianan. Welcome, Michelle. Oli, dear Orla. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. I am early, dear Diane. What's the best mantra to help heal someone, shares Anna? Well, the best healing through mantra is done in your heart. You can pick anyone you know, even if you don't know any. If you chant just a silly word with love, it's the love that helps heal. But one bija mantra I do know for healing is dedicated to the Ashwini twins. These are divine physicians said to bring healing. They're symbolized as a pair of horses. That's why they're called Ashwini, meaning horses. And their bijas are Rum and Rum, respectively. The short and long rolled L in Sanskrit. And a mantra that uses that may be Rum Rlam Ashwini Bhyam Namah, which means salutations to the two Ashwini. Ram Rlam Ashwini Bhyam Namah. We did that one 108 times a few months ago. You can find that in the meditation playlist on my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. Other than that, you can just pray. Pray and send your energies. Thank you, dear Dub Darker, for your heart me. Jaya Sita Ram. And dear Wam, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, someone with a beautiful name. Bling Chada. Salutations, dear Satan's girl, from Gaia. Hello, dear Cardes. Oh no, you ask, what divine ornaments can be worn or placed in the home for inner peace? Sounds like a good feng shui question. Following the flow of energy in a home is very good. Making the layout very intuitive, where everything flows very freely. You're not navigating around anything. Your attention isn't drawn to something negative. It's filled with art and things that you cherish with sentimental value. Good lighting, all of that's nice. Yeah. But inner peace does not come from what we adorn ourselves on the outside with. It comes from what we adorn ourselves on the inside with. That's why we call it inner peace, not outer peace. So, think about decorating your heart with the forms of the divine. Constantly envision a form of the Divine Mother, or Father, or Child, or Animal that speaks to your heart. Fill your inner world with mantras and prayers. Adorn the inner world for inner peace. Can you ask, if you are a horse, are there still mantras that you can do? Absolutely. In fact, every breathing creature can do the Soham mantra. because it said that that's the mantra of our breath. On the inhale, on the exhale. I don't know if you can hear that. My noise filter might be cutting that out. I can turn that off. In Sanskrit, Sah means that person, he, referring to the source, and Aham means I am, with something very nuanced that we won't go into called Visarga Sandhi. That sound joins together to make Soham, meaning that or he, I am. It's a way of affirming your divinity, and it's said that our breath makes that mantra every cycle in every living being that breathes. Even the plants, even the algae, even the fungi, they're all respiring in their own way, saying, Soham, that I am. So if a magical wizard comes and turns you into a horse, even if you don't have the phonetic landscape of the human mouth, as long as you can breathe, you can do that mantra. Thank you, dear Anna, for your tiny and your finger heart. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Carrie, thank you for your heart meet Om. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. And wizard fruit. Speaking of wizards, thank you for your heart me. Trio of popular votes and a rosa. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namah. Please don't turn me into a horse. That's funny, dear Taylor. April Fools. Dear A, you're wondering, where am I from? I'm from Canada. My day has been well so far, dear Curtis. Anything happened that inspired me? I have been in a state of inspiration for today. I'm feeling very blessed for that. I had a nice walk and I soaked in some sun rays. Connecting with nature is so grounding, unbelievably grounding. It's almost embarrassing how just a little bit outdoors can be so good for the mental health. For the old wet noodle up here. But what about you, dear Curtis? Hello, dear Nordic Space. You're very welcome, Ono and King Pot. Welcome, Giuliano, and thank you for your heart, me. Om Kring Kalikaye Namah. Thank you, dear Pijus. That's funny, dear A. Thank you for the recommendation, dear Pijus. Oh, I said the word Canada, and now there's a bar on the screen for getting correct information on the election. That's funny. Anyway, I would love to begin reading with you as we take a crack open of The Journey Home, this book of an autobiography by an American Swami who has yet to become a Swami. And we're so close to finishing the book. I wonder, does he even become a Swami in the book? Or is this all just before he became a Swami? We'll find out as we keep reading. That's a good goal, dear Curtis. Walking is so good for you. And you also walk your dogs every day for hours, Lone Wolf. You love being outside, hugging trees. Me too. I like that. You're dying to hear the rest of the book. All right. Well, we shall begin without further ado, dear Riri. Thank you, Carly. Here we are, beginning the 12th chapter of the 4th act of The Journey Home. may this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. In December, the days were growing shorter, and by late afternoon the temperature dropping. As I wrapped a cloth over my head and started down the pilgrim's path to the river Yamuna, the life of the forest stirred around me. Birds and peacocks warbled their evening songs, farmers returned from the fields, and Vrajabasi women clad in orange, green, and yellow saris glided along the path with huge pots of water balanced on their heads. Suddenly I spotted a familiar figure ahead. It was Shyama Sundar, the devotee who had fed me spiritual food in Amsterdam and taken such an interest in my well-being in Bombay. Even from behind, I recognized this tall American who served as Srila Prabhupada's personal secretary. His right hand was buried in a bag of beads, and he was chanting as he advanced toward the river. I quickened my pace to catch up and shouted his name. He turned to look, and a smile of recognition flashed across his face. "Ah, Richard, or what do they call you now?" "Some people call me Krishna Das." He wrapped his long arm around my shoulder and pulled me close. "So, Krishna Das, I hear you've been living in Vrindavan for a while now. It's so great to see you again." We stood for a moment on the path, exchanging pleasantries. Something told me that this man, in time, would come to own a special corner of my heart. It seemed as though I had known him forever. "Srila Prabhupada likes you very much," he volunteered. "He often asks about you." "You are very fortunate to be so close to him," I said, elated. "And every day, too. I can't even imagine." "Yeah," he laughed modestly. "Sometimes I pinch myself to see if I'm dreaming. You know, I've been around him for nearly 4 years now, and he just seems to get younger and more beautiful every day. He's always fresh. I've never even seen him sleep." "Do you remember the first time you saw him?" I asked. I was eager to hear as much about Prabhupada as I could, and to understand how others had decided to change their lives so radically to follow him. On the riverbank, sitting cross-legged, Shyama Sundar rocked slowly back and forth. It was in Haight-Ashbury, San Francisco. Is that right? I remember one of you taught me how to pronounce it. I think it was Don Suela Priya. I think it was Haight. Or maybe Haiti? No, Haight, probably. Haight-Ashbury, San Francisco, January 1967. My friends and I had put together this big rock and roll dance at the Avalon Ballroom. We called it a mantra rock and dance. Everyone was there to welcome the Swami to the West Coast. The Grateful Dead, Janis Joplin, Jefferson Airplane, Canned Heat, Quicksilver, and Moby Grape, they all played. Even Allen Ginsberg, Timothy Leary, and Ken Kesey, not sure, were there. All the hippie heroes came. Shyama Sundar became excited and his body rocked faster. Picture this scene. The whole place is pulsating with strobe lights and rock and roll, packed with wild, long-haired kids, most of them on acid. Then, about midnight, Srila Prabhupada walks quietly onto the dark stage and sits down cross-legged on an elevated seat. The place falls silent. Srila Prabhupada begins humbly chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. A spotlight finally locates him, and gradually the crowd joins in the chanting. Then, one by one, the rock groups come on stage to join him, and the rest is history. For 2 hours, Prabhupada led the most incredible kirtana you can imagine. When he danced with his arms upraised, he won the hearts of thousands. Or, as he put it later, "I have turned hippies into happies." I tried to imagine Srila Prabhupada living in Haight-Ashbury, the world capital of the hippie culture. Gary and I had spent some time there in 1968. From what I remembered, it was like a universe unto itself, filled with peace-loving hippies, starry-eyed seekers, drug dealers, junkies, tourists, entrepreneurs, and Hell's Angels roaring up and down Haight Street on their majestic chrome-plated Harleys. I just couldn't imagine the elderly saint from Vrindavan living there. How long did he stay? I asked. 4 months. He lived with us American kids. We could hardly understand what the Swami was telling us. All we knew is that we were in love with him. This beautiful person sitting in a small apartment above a laundromat who was happy to meet anyone who came to see him. And what really got me was that he was always joking. Sometimes he would lie back and laugh so hard that all of his teeth would show and tears would roll down his face. The riverbank was beginning to grow dark and chilly, the air filling with wood smoke from village cooking fires. I suggested we walk along the river to Kesig Hut. We both rose to our feet, and he dusted off his backside. As we walked along, Shyama Sundar continued, telling me how Prabhupada won the hearts of the Beatles, and especially George Harrison, and how devotees became such close friends with the superstars residing in John Lennon's home for months. How could that happen, if not by divine providence? He asked. All I could do was smile. And Prabhupada didn't want anything from these guys. He just wanted to give them the secret of life. In the first meeting with John and George, Prabhupada saw into their hearts, and he was so charming, telling them very simply that Krishna is the Supreme Person and describing what he looked like. And he said and did how much he loved music and singing and dance. And then he promised them they could meet Krishna face to face. Stopping in my tracks, I couldn't believe I was hearing about the Beatles while walking along the bank of the Yamuna River in Vrindavan. I just had to laugh. Shyama Sundar stopped for a moment, excited to tell the story. A tear streamed down his cheek as he stuttered. I remember before their first meeting, George whispered to me outside Prabhupada's door that he was really scared, more so than going on Ed Sullivan or meeting Elvis. But when he bowed down and Prabhupada greeted him heartily, it was like watching two ancient friends reunited, taking up where they left off. On the way out after that first meeting, George turned to me and said, "Yeah, Prabhupada is the real thing." It had been over a year since I had last listened to rock and roll music. 10,000 miles from home, in a village in India, it had been the farthest thing from my mind. Still, I relished the idea that George Harrison of the Beatles was taking his spiritual life so seriously. I was feeling him to be a brother, sharing my cherished ideal. What a small and wonderful world, I thought. As I sat on the steps at Kesig Hut with my new friend, I observed meteor showers to the north. Shyama Sundar looked up and began telling me about Srila Prabhupada's visit to Russia. In those years, because of the Iron Curtain, nobody could get into Russia, but once again, Krishna paved the way to facilitate his devotees' desire. We had no plan, no proper food. We stayed in tiny, ill-lit rooms, and there was an overall depressing atmosphere of fear and repression and gloom. What were we going to do there for 5 days? Shyam Sundar went on to say that he had been wandering around Red Square when he met the son of the Indian ambassador and a young Russian man named Anatoly, who came back to the hotel to meet the Guru. For 3 days and nights, Anatoly stayed at Prabhupada's side and absorbed like a sponge everything Prabhupada taught him, Prabhupada was full of charm and humor, but also precision, as he taught Anatoly the entire Krishna consciousness process. Then we left Moscow, Prabhupada and I together, but from that seed, now Krishna's teachings are spreading like wildfire underground behind the Iron Curtain. Looking upstream into the horizon, I recalled growing up in America, indoctrinated with fear of the Russians. As school children, we had air raid drills and were trained to duck under our desks in the event of a Russian bomb attack. In fact, several of the wealthier families in my neighborhood built fully stocked nuclear bomb shelters in their backyards, anticipating such an attack from Russia. Yet, in the height of the Cold War, Shyam Sundar and Srila Prabhupada were in Moscow, blissfully teaching the path of Bhakti Yoga to a Russian. Why has Srila Prabhupada brought all you Western devotees to India? Shyama Sundar looked thoughtfully into the distance before answering. Prabhupada has often told us that real religion in this country is waning. Instead of God, he says, people want television and cars. I thought of the false guru I had met in Janakpur, whose highest ambition was to be a rich American. So I think he came back here and brought some of us along to say to the Indian people, just see, these Western boys and girls have everything, TVs and cars, more than you will ever have, and they were not happy until they found Krishna. You have something they want, Krishna, so you should export Krishna. Prabhupada has often said that with India's philosophy and America's wealth, the world can really prosper. He calls us Western devotees his dancing white elephants. I laughed and considered the brilliance of synthesizing Eastern philosophy with Western wealth and technology. I realized I had been so immersed in searching for God in my own life that thoughts of how to bring spirituality to others were far from my mind. I asked, and how are the people of India receiving all of you? Here in India, wherever we go, there are festivals of joy to greet us. But sometimes Srila Prabhupada is criticized to the point of death threats for giving initiation to Westerners, ignoring the caste system, or for engaging women in priestly duties. This impressed me. During my travels in India, I had witnessed oppression to the lower castes and women, and it had saddened me. Srila Prabhupada's courage to fight against it inspired me. Shyama Sundar continued, Srila Prabhupada is truly a revolutionary. He bent down to splash some river water on his face to refresh himself, and then stood up and stretched. Krishnadas, it is really a pleasure to meet you here tonight. Is there anything else I can do for you? What can I say? I rose to my feet. I'm just so grateful. I placed my hand on his shoulder. But I've taken so much of your time. I'll see you in class tomorrow. Shyama Sundar smiled. Thank you. You are right. I had better be getting back. He reached down and took my hands in his. Srila Prabhupada will be very happy to hear that you and I met. As I watched him hasten away, I felt immense gratitude, and along with that, a sense of blooming curiosity. Thank you for listening. I'm very grateful that I could listen with you as we read. If that sparked any insight, I'd love to go through that with you if you want to share. Otherwise, I very much look forward to continuing where we left off, starting the 13th chapter of the 4th act of the journey home next time. That concludes our Shravana section dedicated to listening. And now we can transition to Manana, the section dedicated to Q&A, and we can explore whatever's in our hearts and minds. And I welcome everyone that joined while we were reading. Hello, dear Dansuela. It's nice to be on this early. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we read as well. Dear Mariah, thank you for your tiny tiny. Yahoo! Thank you, dear Oren, for your heart me too. Radhe Radhe. And dear Anasek, thank you for your heart me. Rama Rama. Tattvamasi, thank you for your quartet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Dear Gabriella, thank you for your heart me as well. Hare Krishna. Dalita, thank you for your tiny tiny as well. Yippee! And thank you, dear Oren, for your team chairs, popular vote, and team bracelet. Om Kamlir Mahakalikaye Namah. Thank you, dear Nico, for your 90 roses. No gifts are ever expected or necessary, but I deeply appreciate that. Om Ham Jum Sa Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshya Mamritat. And thank you, dear Banjo, for your heart me. Om Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Greetings, dear Adri. Much love, dear blank cover plates. Hello, dear user 310. Welcome, dear Nikki. Glad you like that chapter, dear Kimmy. Hello, dear Mari. Hello, Banjo. I hope you're having a good day at work. Thank you, dear Oren. I pray for you too, dear blank cover plates. I'm wondering how you are all feeling at this moment. If you want to share, it helps me know what kind of space to hold today. Dear Orenoko, you missed the reading, that's okay. I record all the readings and I put them on a playlist on my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, in case you ever want to catch up. Especially considering the fact that I'm not consistent with what time I go live. I've been going earlier and earlier over the past few weeks. Today was definitely the earliest, so I don't have a designated time. But if you want to know what time I do go live, I do post an announcement in my Telegram group chat, as well as on my Discord server, and on my Instagram story. Also my TikTok story. All of those platforms are social media icons in the link tree in my bio. And good morning, dear Zia. You're feeling a bit lost, dear Mari. That's absolutely allowed. You're not alone. I am blissfully lost. Every day I wake up and I go, what is this? Where am I? What a strange universe. But I'm happy to be here. You're feeling wonderful, blank cover plates. I'm so happy to hear that. You're feeling calm and peaceful today, the fluffy mage. Oh, good. You're feeling great, dear Orim. A Sangha in the sun today. Ah, I love that. Yeah, I'd like to get some more sun today too. All change exists within you, dear Nikki. That is your potential. You were up earlier than me today, dear Zia. I got up at just before 8, like 7:55 today. You're up at 7:30, but I'm sure you've been up for a little longer too. Dear Taylor, you've had lots of crying. The stars are full of wonder. Yes, they are. And crying is beautiful. Hello, dear Awaken 1111. Dear Riri, you are very plugged into Source and the collective currently. Oh, what a lovely feeling. I'm happy for you. Hello, dear Nikki. Oh, I already said hello to you. I meant to say you're welcome. You are reminding yourself to breathe. That's good. Yeah. Dear Nanda, you have an artist meeting this evening, but don't want to go, but feel like you have to go. I trust your judgment. Sometimes the most opportune things in life come from the hardest things in life. Yeah. Oh my goodness, you've been up since Brahma Muhurta, dear Riri. Yeah. How are you today, dear Mika Bain? You just tried your new toothpaste, Michelle. Well, how is it? Thank you, McAllister. You're getting ready for bed, dear Michelle. I'm really early. If it's still your bedtime. Thank you, dear Yana, for your popular vote and Team Bracelet. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. When do I get off, dear Nico? I think we can go live for another hour and a half or so. I don't have a plan. I'm not one to structure my days down to the hour or minute or anything like that. That sounds about right, dear Michelle. That in 24-hour time, 22:35 is equivalent to 10:35 p.m. Yeah. All you have to do is take the modulus of the hour by 12. In other words, subtract 12 from it. 24 minus 12 is indeed 10. Well, I'm happy to be here. I have a question of the day for all of you, if you're interested in exploring it together. Today, my question of the day is, what is required within ourselves first, before world peace? If we look around us, everything in human civilization first existed within. All of the engineering, all of the design choices, all of the architecture, all of the art, everything was once a thought an idea, and we took that idea and externalized it. So for world peace, that too must come from within. Therefore, what must we do within before that peace gets externalized? And thank you, dear Estelle, for your rose. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namaha. Snacks, shares Oh No. I love that. That's good. Old Water, you ask, how do you remain consistent without structure? Structure is good, but you need a little flexibility too. You balance it. Yeah. I live on an island, and there's a phenomenon of people that live on an island. It's called island time. And on island time, you don't structure things by the hour. It's true. People will say, show up at this time, even for work, and you might show up an hour late, you might show up an hour early. It's called island time. I like island time. But true consistency comes from forgiveness. If you forgive yourself for not matching your status quo, that helps you return with greater enthusiasm next time. Dear Nico, you share, love is required within ourselves. It's very true. You echo that too, dear Nikki. Yeah. Empathy, shares Mari. Empathy is a good one. Patience, shares Phi, Linker. Taylor, you share definitions coming back to truth. That is very true. Self-love, shares Nikki. Indeed. Hello, dear Kalkiji. Love and compassion, shares Donsuela Priya. Peace within oneself. Well said, dear Kalki. Indeed. Dear Michelle, you share finding peace within ourselves. Exactly. Hello, dear Kylie. You share, please give me advice. Your son has moved in with his dad and your heart broke him. I'd be happy to help in any way that I can, dear Kylie. We must respect our children's choice when they are old enough to make such a decision. I am sure that if you are a loving mother, that your child will naturally gravitate back to you. And you might not be able to get away from him in due time if they realize that living with their father isn't working out. Otherwise, may we pray that the father is as loving as he can be, and that you are still motherly in the capacity that you can. Remember that your true womb is not inside your physical body, but inside your emotional heart that is like an aura that extends wherever your children go. You can be a guide even from afar, especially if you tap into your intuition. Even if your son is across the world, nay, across the universe, if you enter a state of meditation, you can deliver your motherly love beyond the stars. Thank you, dear Majesty, for your heart me. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namah. Welcome, dear Darcy. Dear Oren, you share, an understanding of oneness, acceptance, and ability of empathy, whether we agree or not, for love and reciprocative exchange of energy is needed to coexist. I love that, Oren. So precise. Michelle, you share cultivating a mindset of empathy, forgiveness, and acceptance towards ourselves, and extending that to others. Yes, well said. Hello, dear Natalie. Faith, shares Jean, or Jean, probably. I like that. Honor, shares Behold My Pipe Dream. I love that. And thank you, heart emoji, unicorn emoji, heart emoji, for your heart meme. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Yeah. Never put someone above your babies. Well said, dear Cynthia. If there's a way I can pronounce your name better, please let me know. Dear Riri, you share being able to notice grace is required. That is an acute observation. Hermeneutics, you ask, do I like metaphysics? I am metaphysics. We all are. Because we are all beyond physical reality. What? You found a new way to experience karma yoga, dear Kalkiji. Dear EJ, you ask, what if they make bad choices? Who's they? In this case. And thank you, dear Estelle, for your rose. Om Mitoraya Namah. My day has been well so far. Thank you, dear Kalkiji. No peace, only chaos. Cheers. Echo, if that's how I pronounce your name. I have been rising with the sun and setting with the sun, dear Majesty. Good afternoon, dear Dancing Barefoot. Welcome. Dear Kim, you share knowledge and wisdom. I like that. Hermeneutics, you ask, Mahayana or Theravada. For the Buddhist traditions, they're all lovely. That's why they say, I love you to the moon and back, to their baby. I love that, Cynthia. Yes. All the peace is within, dear EJ. Dear Lone Wolf, thank you for your quartet of finger hearts and a quintet of tiny tinies. Yippee! What if our kids make bad decisions, shares EJ? Well, I hope so. They're kids. If they don't make bad decisions, are they really living? How else do we learn? As kids, you tell a kid, don't touch that, it's hot. What kid goes, okay, understood, and walks away? Every single child I've ever met, including myself, is going to touch the thing that's hot to learn for themselves. That's how we learn. All we can do as parents really is just offer a safe space when they do get hurt, so that they realize that when they have made a poor decision, that they can return to a loving embrace and get the lesson they need from wisdom, love, and compassion. Thank you, dear Liz, for your flowers. Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Dear hermeneutics, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Ravaye Namah. Dear Cog, you share mind peace first always. Yeah. Hello, dear BT. Is 444 where you were a few minutes ago? Blackwood, you share chaotic unraveling is the path to the in-between. It's beautiful. Dear Rain, you share acceptance. Well said, dear Cynthia. If your kids make mistakes, it is because they are kids. Talk with them and show them peace. Everyone did. Thank you, dear Kylie, for the play for you. And the pair of 20 roses each. Om Namah Karlim Ambita Me Sharing Nadita Me Haring Devita Me Aim Sarasvatya Swaha. Dear Kalkiji, thank you for your sunglasses and your quintet of roses. Om Namah Kalkaye. Hello, dear Yur. What would I recommend to someone who currently doesn't have money physically? I would rely on your bank account of good karma that you've been investing in others. Have you ever been kind to someone? Well, your kindness is like an investment for reciprocity. It is not always the same compounding ratio with everyone. In fact, some people appear to have negative interest. The kinder you are to them, the more they take advantage of that. But those with a positive interest in their kindness investment, seek help from them. In fact, those that love you would be happy to help you because you are not a burden. You are a blessing to this world. And those that can see that are grateful to be able to help bring that out in you. I will certainly pray for you, as well as if you want to get in contact with me, I'd be happy to be there for you in other ways. And I'm hoping that perhaps via the generosity in our Sangha, perhaps we could maybe arrange something. I know not all of us are endowed, well endowed, but if we all chipped in a little bit, I think we could all help each other. And I'd love to see more of that in the world. And thank you, dear Neon Jello Pack, for your heart meat, your hand hearts, and a septet of roses. Om Sum Suryaya Namah. And dear Kylie, thank you for... I already thanked you. I thank you again. I thank you twice, because your gift was so nice. Thank you, Siflo, for your heart meat. Om Som Somaya Namah. Peace within is needed. I agree, dear Dancing Aurora Borealis. Mr. No One, you share to find common ground with those we don't agree with. Absolutely. Yeah. The children with trauma, they are learning the biggest lessons, and those lessons will provide them with the greatest grace in life if they allow that experience to flourish into something new. I love Ramdas, dear Casino. Michelle, you share also letting go of our judgments, fears, and prejudices. Yeah. Is world peace truly possible? Asks Ono. Well, by counting to infinity, do you ever get there? Even though you always get closer, you never reach infinity, do you? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion. We get closer and closer to infinity, but yet we're still having an infinite journey ahead of ourselves. World peace is that infinite limit. We creep closer to that, which is always like a rainbow. The pot of gold is waiting, and yet it is still a worthy adventure. Dear user 310, you ask, does this make girls like me? These live streams? Well, you know I love the divine feminine, but true love for the divine feminine is never with the expectation of getting anything in return. When we have reverence for the feminine, it's not about being liked back. It's not about having you be seen in some way in return. It is about truly honoring the fact that even though this body is male, it was grown from a female body. That feminine got its energy from the rest of Mother Earth and from the whole universe, which is the living embodiment of the Mother Goddess. So, my reverence for the feminine isn't about getting dates. I could continue doing this for the rest of my life, even with an exclusively male audience, and I would still revere the divine feminine within us all. Does that answer your question? And thank you, dear Anasek, for your 25 roses. Bhanave Namah. Hello, Jerkuz. I am on early today. Dear Neon Jello Pack, your answer to our question of the day is that being fully aware of our actions and words, ensuring that they contribute to harmony rather than division, is needed. I like that. Bob and Only, you ask, what does QOTD stand for? It stands for Question of the Day. Goodbye, dear Kylie. Yes, charge your phone. Yeah. So being open-minded is needed, dear Kim, for world peace, you would say. I'm sorry to hear that, dear Dancing Barefoot. I hope you are able to engage in some social, what do you call it? Social services for getting an income on disability. Or find a way to be able to work from home using your brilliant mind, even in absence of a body that may provide physical service. And thank you, dear Estelle, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roses. Om Pushne Nama. And oh no, thank you for your baker's dozen. No, it's a baker's dozen. 14 worth of roses. Thank you. Om Hiranyagarbhaya Nama. Nice to have you here, dear Luca. Hello, dear Greg. Hello, Greg RG. Dear Lone Wolf, you share letting go of our ego. I know what you mean, dear Lone Wolf. Yeah. Kimmy, you share an understanding that what may not be important to you may be valid for others. A mutual respect, even if our views don't always align. Well said. Dear user 164, you ask, does toxic positivity exist? If loving too much can kill. If it's toxic, it's not truly positive. Those who hide behind their positivity without coming to face the reality of suffering in the world isn't true positivity. True positivity is always in full knowledge of the reality of suffering. Also, being positive to others without extending that same grace to your own body and mind isn't truly helpful either. We are servants of the world, and that includes every body and mind in this world, including this body and mind, which we borrow from the world and return back to it one day too. In the true spirit of positivity, we must be kind to the reality of suffering in every body and every mind, including this body and mind. Thank you for your donut, dear Ono. Om Marichai Nama. I love that, dear Michelle. I'm very blessed with the privileges I have, and I love to see a world where more people get to be privileged in the way that I have. And the ways in which I can share my privileges is my duty to be able to extend that to life, because there is no such thing at the end of the day of my life versus your life. There is only life, and we're all a part of it. Hello, dear Stank. Dear Anasak, you stare, you're still recovering from a car accident. I continue to have you in my heart for your healing. Dear user 821, you share that recognizing God as the supreme enjoyer, supreme proprietor, and supreme friend is a peace formula. That's Srila Prabhupada's peace formula. I love that. Yeah. Indeed, dear Na, it's always important to remember that what we say within our own mind about ourselves is truly the basis of our self-worth. If we generate that sense of understanding of your true potential and trust that you're exactly where you need to be in this unfolding journey from the inside, that is the kind of validation that will take you far in life. Good to see you too, dear Jack. Greg RG, your answer to our question of the day is before world peace, inner peace, we may strive forever for both, and the striving is what counts. I love that. Mr. No One, you ask, or it is a question, yeah. So, all wars end with peace talks. Why don't we talk before war starts? Ah, I see. That's a great question. Why don't we talk before? If that always ends with peace talks, let's have peace talks before they start. It's a great idea. I like that. Dear dude, you ask, what do I think about trans people? What kind of a question is that? They're fellow human beings, just like us. You don't have to have a separate opinion about people just because they have a different identity. They're always going to be people that explore the nuances of their biological identity and its relation to others. All we must remember is that truly our highest self is beyond our body and mind, and that in consciousness there is no gender. There is just being, and this whole existence is feminine. No matter if you have a male body, a female body, or anything in between or beyond, it's all part of Mother Nature. I'm sorry you are feeling tortured, dear Na. This too shall pass. Dear Jack, you share self-confidence. All wars are won by strong, confident leaders. Let us all be strong. I think I know what you mean. What's the music, dear Indigo? We're listening to immediately Inner Healing with Tibetan ethereal meditative music, Harmony in Nature, 528 Hertz. Dear Michelle, you share, if you love until it hurts, there can be no more hurt, only more love. I like that. Dear Miananda, you shared devotion is required before world peace. Yeah. Loving devotion. Thank you, dear Anne. Where's the kitty cat today? Sandy and Shadow, they are outside enjoying the sun in the catio. Dear Chloe, you ask, how long have I been woke for? That's a funny term. Well, I woke up at 8 a.m. today, just about. Yeah. Something like that, dear Thomas. Welcome, dear Prissy's page. You're funny, dear Ak. Thank you, dear Anek. Dear Zara, you ask, could I explain spirituality? You want to learn more? Spirituality is one of those things in life that cannot be explained by anyone other than yourself. Something that you dive into personally and discover the universal truth that can never fully be put into words. Spirit just means the essence of your being, whatever that is. You may call it the soul, you may call it awareness, you may call it consciousness, you may call it love. Whatever you call it, it is that part of you which is ceaseless, that had no beginning and shall have no end. Dive into that part of you. And nobody can do that diving for you. You may go to someone else who has dove. You may read a book about diving, but no matter how much seeking you do externally, eventually the quest must turn inward and you discover for yourself. How that looks for you is uniquely your experience. Thank you, dear Usha Priyaji, for your gesture cats, a trio of them, and hand hearts. Om Adityaya Namaha. We have to have respect for mothers, dear Cynthia. We all came from them. Yeah, tolerance and acceptance are needed. That's a great answer, dear Hara. And to heal our psychology. Sorry, I don't know who that is, dear Odin. Dear Chloe, you ask, how long have I been spiritually woke for? Well, that's a funny question. I don't know, I just got here. This moment. 0 seconds. Now. Hello, dear manager of the universe. We're all spiritual beings, living a human experience. I love that Prissy's page. I will give Shadow and Sandy some love, dear Kim, from you. Well, thank you everyone for exploring the question of the day. I'm going to minimize the text there for now, but you're always welcome to continue to share that with me. Dear Dhani, you're going through a breakup and you wanted to find out how to detach, heal, and let go. Detach, let go, you won't be able to. No one ever did that. Healing, yeah, you can do that. But healing is not done through letting go or detaching. It's done through holding on to your own love for yourself and becoming non-attached to external forms of love. What's the difference? In letting go, you're trying to release some part of you. You can't do that. Loving is forever. Even if you had a little crush in middle school, that stays with you the rest of your life. Nothing you can do about that. But you can continue to grow your heart so that there's more and more space to hold for other things in life. And detachment similarly creates the idea of aversion. I think a better noun is non-attachment, where it's not about clinging to something else, nor is it about running away from anything. It's about being a kind of neutral acceptance. In that acceptance, in that holding space for yourself, you shall heal. Everything you love about someone, you will always love those aspects. Now it's time to see the reflection of those aspects within yourself. Oh, that's very beautiful. Thank you, Texty, for the manifesting. Hrim, Monster, you're wondering what the music is. We're listening to Immediately Inner Healing with Tibetan ethereal meditative music. Chloe, you ask, what are my thoughts on the Illuminati? They can do whatever they want. I don't mind. I'm just happy to be on this planet. All I know is my goal in life is just to be kind and loving. If other people want to mess with their own karmas, that's their own karmas to mess with. Let's not be members of secret societies, of the Illuminati. Let's be public illuminators of kindness and compassion. Worry not about anyone else's faults, but focus on our own so that we may become the best version of ourselves and thus become role models for our society. And thank you, dear Anthony, for your heart me. Savitri Namah. Hello, dear AJ. Hello, Knith. Hello, dear Freya. Welcome, dear Sean. Love doesn't have a specific belief. Well said, dear Hara. Thank you, Kwali, for your heart me. Arkaya Namah. You are the change that you want to see in the world, indeed, dear John. Love and light have already won. We just can't see it yet. I like that, Hara. Thank you, dear Chris. All beauty that exists in me is a reflection of the beauty that exists in you. Hello, Deed Bead. Hello, dear Nico. You don't have to call me master. In fact, please don't. Be kind to my ego. Don't inflate it, I beg you. I'm just a fellow student. You asked, how do you manage suffering coming from empathy after spiritual practices? Be empathetic to yourself. If you need to set boundaries with other people, that's an empathetic thing to do. Empathy doesn't mean that you take all your walls down and you just suffer other people's feelings. No. Empathy means that you are able to perceive others' emotions, but you don't let them take advantage of you. That's a different thing entirely. That's called people pleasing. Being an empath doesn't mean being a people pleaser. Although a lot of empaths start out as people pleasers, eventually they learn how to set boundaries with others and also with themselves. That tonight I'm not going out because I know I can't take it. I'm going to take care of this body and this mind. I'm going to have a nice bath. I'm going to go to bed early. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to go for a walk. And you know what? I'm not going to pick up the phone if this person calls because I'm not in a good state to be there for them right now. They deserve someone who can actually process their feelings in a way that is helpful for everyone involved, for example. Even if you're enlightened, you still set boundaries with people. Why? Because the boundaries are for them. Even if it truly did not matter to you, if someone was taking advantage of you, if you were in such an exalted, enlightened state that it did not matter what happened to your body and mind, even in such a hypothetical scenario, you would still take care of your body and mind and set boundaries with others. Because if you are not this body, not this mind, then why are you letting part of the world get abused that is this body, this mind? You take care of the whole world, including this body, this mind. And it's not fair to the person to let them continue believing that it's okay to take advantage of others in that way. For the other people in their life, you set boundaries with them as a reminder that that's not okay. Being kind to them, being empathetic, sometimes means that you give them the space to learn the lesson on their own terms. There's some things that we can't teach. we have to set boundaries where they need to be, so that teaching can happen in its own time for them. Thank you, dear Andrea, for your septat of tiny tinies. Yippee! Dear Giuliano, thank you for your ice cream cone. Om Bhaskaraya Namaha. We have such a Viking crew today, shares me Nanda. There's all the Norse names in chat. Mm-hmm. Your knee hurts. Did you take an arrow to the knee, dear Freya? Well, sorry. I guess you can no longer be an adventurer like us. I'm just joking. I hope you get that reference. It's a good reminder, dear Prissy's page. Everything we've learned from our parents are resolutions of habits built by external simulations. It's powerful. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's your question, dear Deed Beat, about autonomy? Hello, dear Francis. Sean, you ask, have I studied the Gita? A little bit. I have a couple different translations of the Bhagavad Gita. Here, we'll have a random verse for you. Boop. Indriyasne Andreyasyarthe raga dveshau vyavasthitau tayurnavashamagachetau hyasya paripantinau. There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachments and aversions because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. Dear Puse, it's a good name. You got me with that. You ask, what are my thoughts of what is happening this year in the world? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. I'm just grateful for another day. I try my best to do what I can. If I live another day tomorrow, I'll be grateful for that too. Hello, dear Shano. How are you? Oh no, you share. Love is when your cat stops on your head when you lay down and you're quite content with it. A good example of santosha, the niyama of contentment. Thea, you ask how to take care of yourself when 9 to 5 exists. It's exhausting. Maximize the time you spend taking care of your body and your mind. During this period of your life where you are generating wealth, please invest in yourself. It is true that much of what we make in full-time jobs have an intention of being saved for the future, but remember that the future is not always a given. We are not even promised a tomorrow, let alone the rest of this day. So, in spite of the fact that you have something that you're building for in the future, build on something for yourself now, too. Make sure to take care of your spiritual journey when you have time. Meditate when you can. Go for walks. Contemplate on the meaning in your life. And while at your job, use that as a means of karma yoga, the yoga of action, of seva, of selfless service. See the good that you are adding to the world, And remember that everything that happens through you comes from the source. And when you tap into that potential, you rely less on your own personal reserves. And you can even end the day energized rather than exhausted when you know it doesn't come from you, but from the source. Dear Akhain, you sound like you're speaking of an ancient story in the Puranas of a Jyoti Linga. A linga is a male organ of procreation. And it's said that this Jyoti Linga, this male organ of procreation made of pure light, emanated in the universe a long time ago when the gods were in disagreement over something. And between Vishnu, the sustainer, and Brahma, the creator, they wanted to see how big this linga was. Did it stretch onward forever, or did it have an end? So Brahma, the creator, tried to reach the top of the Jyotirlinga, and Vishnu, the sustainer, tried to reach the bottom of the Jyotirlinga, and neither were successful. Eventually, the Jyotirlinga spoke itself and said, "I am Maheshwara, the great Lord. You have been trying to find the limits of my being, of which there are none. I pervade all of space and time. I am Shiva, the destroyer of worlds." And that's how Vishnu and Brahma met Shiva. And that's an example of an astral shaft, a pillar of ancient beings of radiant joy, a spectral dih. In Sanskrit, in the ancient language, it's known as Jyotirlinga. A good story, actually. Dear Ari, you ask, is this a Hindu stream? You know, it's a funny question, because the word Hindu comes from a stream known as the Indus River. Yeah, but this is a place open to every culture and tradition, regardless of the time or place in the world that you may hail from. All paths are valid. But you hit your poor knee on a ladder, dear Freya. Oh, that's the worst. I know that. Yeah. Enlightenment starts with eternal suffering, especially in the dih. It's true, we have a lot of blockage in our sacral chakra, our swadhisthana. Good afternoon, dear Anna Banana. Yeah, there are a lot of similarities with Sanskrit and Hindi. Latvian is a very, very old language in the Proto-Indo-European family tree. Can I summarize the verse I just read? You're not sure you understand, ask Eli. We are talking about Vishayas and their Indriyas. When we read from that verse in the Bhagavad Gita, the Vishayas are the experiences of the senses, sights, sounds, tastes, smells, feelings. The Indriyas are the corresponding sense organs. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the skin. If you think about it, so much of life is just sounds, sights, tastes, smells, feelings. Here in that verse, a divine presence known as Krishna is warning against living life in pursuit of pleasurable sights, sounds, tastes, smells, feelings, and running away from painful, sights, sounds, tastes, smells, feelings. So many of us, the majority of all human beings, live in that mode of seeking pleasurable sights, pleasurable sounds, pleasurable tastes, pleasurable smells, pleasurable feelings, and run away from painful sights, painful sounds, painful tastes, painful smells, painful feelings. If you can cultivate a regulated life where you live for something more than just this pleasure and pain of the vishayas, the experiences of the senses, the indriyas, that means that you are successfully navigating the obstacles on the path to self-realization. Thank you, dear Jay Cogs. Oh, no, I didn't thank you for this. Thank you for your manifesting. Om Sadyojatam Prapadyami Sadyojataya Vai Namo Namah Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavaswamam Bhavodbhavaya Namah. Love is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I like that, Ginger Bear. It's beautiful. Good to be an activist. I also want shining souls to get together to protect our world in these dark times. You know, the world can protect itself, herself. We just need to stop fighting with her. I love that Brissy's page. Reactions are unnecessary because they take out the silence we need to focus on. Yeah. Cinders you share, to live for today as tomorrow is never promised. Well said. Nice to meet you. Om Namah Shivaya. We are all Shiva. Much love, dear Liz. Rain, you asked for tips for meditation. The more tips you have, the harder it is to meditate. Have you noticed that? The more tips you have, the more you're thinking about something that isn't meditation. The more you're thinking about meditating, the less you are meditating. The more you are thinking, is my back straight? Am I breathing right? Is it deep enough? Is it too shallow? Is my back straight? Oh, I'm not sure if I should be sitting like this. Maybe I should try for 5 more minutes, you know? Oh, that's right. I should try to observe my thoughts. Let me go back into that witness consciousness. What was that mantra that they said I should chant on the inhale? Present moment on the exhale. Wonderful moment. Yeah. What mudra should I do? You're not meditating. Keep it simple. You're allowed to think while you meditate. That is a misnomer. The mind is allowed to wander. But let it wander in a guided way. Not about meditating itself, because that's just silly. Let your mind wander towards profound ideas, towards healing, towards peace, towards meaning, towards the divine. Let it playfully stroll in the direction of higher purpose. Don't worry so much about how your mind is, what shape your body is, where you are, how long you should meditate. Go by your intuition. I trust your judgment in that. Dear Eric, you had asked, how do we let go of these blockages? By realizing that they were never there in the first place. Your subtle body is completely free, always has been, always will be. If you feel blocked, it's only because you believe that you are blocked. You remove the belief. That's the real blockage. The belief itself that you are limited is what is limiting you. And your real potential, so too, is the belief in your potential. Believe that you are free, thus you are. But believe that you are trapped, thus you are. Thank you, J. Cogs, for a heart meme. Sarvaya Namah. Dear Liz, thank you for the Let Butterfly. What is it? Let Butterfly Dances. I'm not sure the grammar on that gift, but it's beautiful. Namah Parashaktai. Arcane is a good show, dear Bakel. Where am I from, asks Jimmy. I'm from Canada. Thank you, Texty. Hello, dear Shivu. Welcome. Love is like a flower that was planted on the top of the hill, so we have to be careful and take care. Well said, dear Prissy's page. Eli, you had asked, what do I think of Maslow's hierarchy of needs? I think it's a beautiful model that has a lot of truth in it. But I would make one modification. That top one, I forget what it's called, something like self-realization or individualization. That's to do with the pursuit of your higher purpose. Let that be at the bottom instead of the top. Let that need come first, and then everything else rests on top. In fact, I would take that part of the triangle and I would expand it to contain all other parts, because your pursuit of any need should be done as a consequence of your pursuit for higher purpose in life. And maybe that is what he intended by placing things on a hierarchy. That the reason we do anything lower is ultimately for the purpose of pursuing what's higher. Thank you for the gesture, cat, dear Mr. No One. Marjaraya Namah. Thank you for saying that, dear Kark. Dear Strung by Stacy, you ask, is it disrespectful to multitask during the Sangha? I don't mind at all. No, I don't expect anyone to be sitting intently, having full attention. Please feel free to do what you want. Thank you, Strung by Stacy, for your heart, me too. Om Vishnave Namah. Love is a rose next to an active stream in the sunlight. I like that. Lothbrock, you ask, do you believe Mother Earth has consciousness? Well, you are part of her, so ask your own consciousness. Are you there? See what response you get. Thank you, Mr. No One, for your jester cat. Om Maya Shaktaye Namah. I will send your grandmother healing energy, dear Anna Banana. Om Ashwini Bhyam Namah. Om Ashwini Bhyam Namah. Ashwini Bhyam Namah. Nature is alive and talking to us. This is not a metaphor. A quote from Terence McKenna, shares Jake Huggs. I like that. And we are the world too. We should take responsibility as civilization. Well said. I'm from Canada, dear Marcia. You can find the music we're listening to on the Tibetan Serenity Flow YouTube channel, dear Luca. Yes. We should create new systems and sustain them. Indeed. Thank you, Petro Jali. Trying to quiet the mind is no easy task, Share Cinders. Indeed. In fact, it's impossible. As long as you have a mind, it's going to yap. Because that is the purpose of the mind, actually. Don't worry about quieting the mind. Just distance yourself from it. There's two ways to make something quieter. Either shut the thing up that's making the noise, or step away from that which is making the noise. Because distance also lowers sound. Meditation is not about trying to shut your mind up. It's about leaving your mind. So from the distance that you create from yourself and the mind, peace and quiet. Thank you, dear Sierra, for the rose you sent. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Robbie, you ask, what's my sexuality? Does it matter in the context of this discussion? Would it really change anything? I'm human. Human beings come from sexuality. Sexuality holds no form in particular. It ebbs and flows with the currents of life, and you are free to explore it. Just try not to get lost in it. Oh, I wish we could all lay in the sun together, dear Kim. I like that. I am 23, dear Vergoldettes. How do I see myself? Asks Pusey. I don't. I can't see myself. The self is that which sees but cannot be seen. The self is that which hears but cannot be heard. The self is that which knows but cannot be known. I like that Prissy's page. We spend a lifetime trying to look prettier, but we forget that those who love us see with the heart. Dear argument winner, you ask, how do I feel about the dharma of the Buddha? I am happy with it. I've learned a lot from the Buddha. I'm very grateful to live in an age where the teachings of the Buddha are so accessible. Yeah. I will not be doing an evening live, dear Anne. No, not tonight. But I did mention that I wanted to try out morning and evening live sometime, twice in a day. This is just afternoon live. Welcome back, dear Freya. Good morning, dear Dean. Sierra, you ask, what do I believe in about what happens comes after death? About what comes after death? Well, nothing comes after death. But what's after nothing? Now that is the question we should be asking. Well, we all have the answer to that question. Much love, dear Finding Bliss. You decided to go to the artist meeting, and you feel good about it. I love that, dear Nanda. You are also 23, dear Solomon. Yes. How do I feel? I'm grateful to live on this planet with you all. Yeah. What do I think about Shiva? Asks Netra. Shiva is all there is. That's why we call him Sarva, meaning everything. I am thriving today, yes, dear Freya. We are all eternal souls, only our body experiences death. Well said, Mr. Noah. Dear Port Jeff, you ask, am I vegetarian or vegan? There's a way I could answer this question directly. But to tell you the truth, it would be hiding a subtlety, which is that normally, when we talk about our diet, we talk about it as something that we identify with or a conscious choice. I never made any conscious choice or vow to eat in a certain way. Yes, I happen to not eat animal products with some minor exceptions, but that was never a choice. I never saw some horrific documentary and went, oh my goodness, I'm never touching that food again. It was just a natural unfolding of the spiritual path. In fact, I didn't even realize that I was eating vegetarian until months later. I thought, wait a second, when was the last time I had meat or eggs? It's been several months, and I'm happy, I'm healthy, that's all that matters. If your body is different, which it is, every body is different, whatever the natural unfolding of your diet shall be is meant for you. Yeah, I don't think about the diet. Continue on the spiritual path, it unfolds for itself. Thank you, dear Franklin, for the heart me that you sent. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Do I work out? I do some yoga, some simple asanas, and I go for walks and adventures that has me climbing on cliff sides and swimming through streams. So I do get my exercise that way. Thank you, Mr. Noan, for your corgi. It's very fun. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Anasek, thank you for your friendship necklace. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. Pardon me. Thank you, Rainbow, for your rose too. Om Vasukaye Namah. And thank you, dear Shopi Heart, dear Riri, for giving away a subscription to Pusey. It's very kind of you, and to Freya. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jyeshtaya Namah Shreshtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavikarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikarnaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namaha. No, I don't eat fish, dear Naryo. I try to eat sattvic. And because I know the concept of diet is filled with all sorts of associations, that's all I'm going to say. I think talking about diet ultimately seems to end up an unhelpful conversation for most people. So I'm going to take the attention away from food for now and move on to a different subject. But if you want to know what I eat, look up a yogic diet or a sattvic diet. And thank you, dear Oren, for your team bracelet and trio of popular votes. Om Aghore Ta Ghore Aghora Ghore Tarebhya Sarvata Sharva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Rupebhya. Am I from Latvia? No, I'm from the land of igloos and polite people and Tim Hortons and maple syrup and hockey and lacrosse, which is our national sport for some reason. It's funny. Good afternoon, Shriyasya Chitrakara. What language was that? That was the ancient language of Sanskrit. Dear Line. Blueberries. I love blueberries too, dear Freya. Good night, dear Anasag. Thank you, Mr. Nolan, for the gold medal. You all come first. You should give me a silver medal because you all come first. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishwar Sarva Bhutanam Brahmadhipati Brahmanodhipatyar Brahma Shivo Me Astu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. Nario, you ask, how do I feel about my country's future economy with everything going on? I don't. I'm just grateful for another day. How did my path into my belief unfold, asks Liz. I don't know, I'm still discovering that. Yeah. Which I live on the west coast, dear Lotus Flotus, on Vancouver Island. I love sharks, dear Freya. Tibetan Buddhism is beautiful. I almost said Buddhism because it's so beautiful. There is something we can do about this world, and however small it may be, it's still important to pursue, and that's becoming what we want to see in this world. That is our solemn duty. I too wish they had Sanskrit on Duolingo. I would jump on that like a shark. Yeah, I do live on an island, dear Kirk. Yes. Go spend time with family, dear Orhan. Now, it's time for an intermission before we end the Sangha today, which has been a 2-hour adventure thus far, with another episode of... Drumroll, please. Do we have a drumroll sound effect? That's not a drumroll. Awkward. Time for another episode of Ruminations, where we listen to the poetry of the Sufi mystic himself, Rumi. Yeah, let's go, Rumi. Woo! Today we read another longer poem from Rumi, which is taken from the Masnawi. It's called Buttermilk. Buttermilk. Let's dive right into it. These creatures of the world exist to manifest the divine treasure. God said, I was a hidden treasure. Listen, don't let your substance be wasted. Become, manifest. Your true sincerity is hidden in falsehood, like the taste of butter in buttermilk. For years this buttermilk, which was the body, is obvious and manifest, while the butter, which is spirit, has disappeared within it. Until truth sends a messenger, a servant, a shaker of the buttermilk in the churn, who has the skill and the method for churning, so that I may discover that my true self was hidden. Or until the words of a servant of that messenger enter the ear of one who is seeking inspiration. The ear of the faithful retains the inspiration, because such an ear is close to the caller. Just as an infant's ear is filled with its mother's words until it learns to speak. And if the infant's ear is not right, it fails to hear its mother's words and is mute. Anyone born deaf remains mute. Only one who hears the mother's words learns to speak. Know that this deafness is a defect, for the deaf ear does not hear the words and so cannot learn. Only God, whose attributes are perfect, possessed speech without being taught, and Adam, whom God taught without a mother or nurse between, or the Messiah, who was taught by love and came into the world with the Word so that he could defend himself from accusations of an illegitimate birth. A lot of shaking is needed for the buttermilk to offer up the butter from its heart. The butter is as invisible as non-existence itself. While the buttermilk has raised its own banner in the world, what seems most to exist is just the skin of something which seems not to exist, but is the source. If the buttermilk has not yet offered its butter, store it away until you can extract the butter. Churn it from side to side, hand to hand, until it reveals what is hidden within it. For this perishable body is the evidence of the eternal. And the babbling of the drunkard is proof that someone poured the wine. Thank you for listening. And just to be clear, the analogy of someone who is hearing impaired is a metaphor. Deaf ears referring to not being able to be perceptive to the narrative that's underneath all this form. Thank you for listening. If that brought out any insights, you're always welcome to share them. This has been another episode of Ruminations. Now we're going to end with a little meditation. Welcome, dear Hex. Thank you, dear Tamar. I pray that this may be a safe space for everyone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What was the question of the day? Ask Bubbles. The question of the day is, what is needed within us before world peace? Since everything in human civilization first came from our mind, what is it within our inner world that we have to cultivate before manifesting outer peace? You're welcome to explore that. By the way, I know that the TikTok comment section can be very limiting, especially for answering our questions of the day. So you're always welcome to leave a much longer answer in the comments of the YouTube upload of this, if you ever find yourself there. Cosmic Girl, you ask, am I in celibacy? No, I have not taken any vows of such sort. However, I do believe in the essence of Brahmacharya, which is the Sanskrit word that often gets mistranslated to celibacy because it often means something much more nuanced, literally coming from the root brha, meaning to expand. Brahma, in this case Brahman, you might be familiar with that case, means the all-expansive one, that which expands in all dimensions equally. Acharya means path, so Brahmacharya means the path of limitless expansion. The reason that is used in a context regarding our sexuality is just to say that we should expand in all dimensions without limiting ourselves to any in particular, such as our sexuality. Let us not limit ourselves by pursuing these things exclusively. Let's open our hearts to the infinitude of expression in life. That's the essence of Brahmacharya, and I certainly abide by that. Good night, dear Kim. Juan, you had asked, or Juanita, you had asked, how can we stay calm when the outside pressure arrives and doubts about our own mental sanity? I often have doubts about that too, and honestly, my saving grace has always been, in one word, kindness. Am I being kind? If I am, that's all that really matters. The world can view me as crazy if they want, but as long as I'm not causing harm, and as long as I'm only offering kindness, then I truly haven't lost my sanity. True sanity lays in the heart of compassion and empathy, in not isolating yourself from others, but connecting with others. If you feel like that is still something that speaks to your heart, then that's all you have to know. Sorry for the distraction, dear Nario. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't use wireless earbuds because this is connected right into my microphone. And I can't Bluetooth my way. I don't even have wireless earbuds, actually. Just another thing to charge. Charging takes time. I do like the good old-fashioned, but maybe I can get a cord that blends in a little better, perhaps. These are the old Apple headphones that they used to give with the iPods back in the day. Still work good. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. What are my plans this evening, asks Shriya Hasya Chitrakara. I don't know yet. All I know is I want to go frolic in a field somewhere, probably. Solomon, you ask, can you still act with kindness if you are lied to? I assume that's the question. Well, if you are lied to, you can absolutely state your boundaries with a kind of directness. Every time you see some defect in others, turn it around. Instead of focusing on what other people are lacking, use that absence to fill with presence. Clearly, there is a reason for honesty here. So, the kind thing to do is be honest ourselves. Let us reflect the absence of what we see. If there is a lack of honesty, let's use that as a reminder to be honest ourselves, because now we clearly know the value that honesty has in that situation, for example. Annika, you ask, am I neurodivergent? Of course. Everyone on the spiritual path is diverging from what's typically your typical neurology. To be spiritual means to be neurodivergent. In fact, the only difference between the neurodivergent and the spiritual is the spiritual realize that they're on is that the neurodivergents who realize they're on the spiritual path are called spiritual. Yeah. Yogis are just the highest manifestation of the autism spectrum, truly. Shamans are the highest manifestation of the schizoaffective spectrum. Devotees are the highest manifestation of the ADHD spectrum, etc. To truly embark on the spiritual path means to transform into the best neurodivergent form that you can be. Don't forget to do a little skipping for your Lou once in said field. I love that, Greg RG. Yeah. Thank you for your honesty, dear Darren. Do you need a friend? Would you like to be my friend? And thank you, dear Tom R, for your 11 roses and heart me. Om Brahm Bhairava. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namaha. Gotta do the dative case for doing salutations. Hare Krishna, dear Meg. Beautiful, dear Prissy. What do I do, dear sunshine? I do nothing, I just watch the universe expand before my eyes. Wherever my attention goes, energy flows. What's my job? I have none, other than the service I do to this world. And am I a student? I am an eternal student, always learning, so much to know. Thank you, Sunshine Hippie, for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Haley, thank you for your heart me and 10 roses. Om Ham Ham Hrim Hrim Namah Shakti Shivaya Shiva Shaktiya Namah Om. Nice to see you too, dear Jolie. Yeah. Hello, dear Katrina. Of course. Yeah. Nice to have you here. Thank you for sharing your love, dear Johan. Chris, you had asked, how can we turn into higher frequency thoughts and feelings? It starts not by removing any other frequencies in your thoughts or feelings, but looking within those very thoughts and feelings to find what's higher, deeper down. I know I'm using two different spatial, metaphorical directions. Deeper and higher kind of are opposite. But when we're talking about a fourth dimension, they do go hand in hand. No matter what your thought is, no matter how negative, you can reframe it into something more positive, something more helpful. For example, if you are feeling pretty worthless, that's a valid feeling that we all have sometimes. If you're feeling worthless, clearly that comes from a place of wanting to add value to this world. If something is worth a lot, it must have a lot of value. And that's seemingly something that you want to have in your life. Value. Just that observation alone has reframed a lack into an aspiration. There is an aspiration of adding value to this world. That's wonderful. That's a very high frequency, at least compared to what we started with. Simple things like that. Yeah. You gotta ask again, do I grow tired of doing these? Asks Aurora. No, never. And I could never. Why? Because they don't draw energy from me. These lives come from a higher place. Not because I am someone who has that ability and others don't, but because I choose to credit the divine. And that choice of mine, to credit the divine with all good that is done, means that the bill is on him. Actually, I'm being very cheeky with the divine. When I say that all good that is done is through the divine, what I'm saying is, God, you use your resources, so I don't have to. So when the divine flows through us, we don't feel exhausted afterwards. When we say it's the divine doing all this, this means that we don't grow tired. In fact, if anything, a little bit of that energy that's flowing, we get to keep as well, like a shipping tax. We tax the divine current and we get a little bit for ourselves. It's a win-win-win. God gets to serve, this body and mind gets to be an instrument, and the people get to be served. Works out for everyone that way. Yeah. Thank you, Oriel, for the rose you sent. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear dancing Aurora Borealis, thank you for your swan. Om Namo Bhagavate Dakshinamurtaye Mahyam Medham Prajñam Prayacha Swaham. Dear Mama Numi, thank you for your rose. Om Bhurmbhuvaswa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. I'm grateful for you, dear Michelle. No, I like that, dear NNDN. Tamar, you had asked, how do you remain patient and calm with those around you? By being patient with yourself. Do you notice that you are having emotions? Well, if you are, you're only human at that level. And so allow yourself that grace of being human. Let your feelings come. Understand them. Stay curious about them. If we try to resist our emotions, then they fight back. Then we lose our cool with those around us. I'm 23, dear cosmic girl. brilliant genius? You ask, what are some essential reading I would recommend for people getting back into their spiritual journey? Everything you need to know is within you, so get it out. Read your own words. Invest in a blank book. The only book better than the Yoga Sutras, or the Bhagavad Gita, or the Hidden Power in Humans is a book with blank pages that you fill by writing from your own experience. You'd be surprised to discover what there is to learn from your own experience. You get back into your spiritual journey by discovering what your spirit has to say. And thank you, Rumi, for your beating heart. Om Yam Hridaya Kashaya Nama. I haven't done mathematics in a while, dear Caden, but absolutely. There's a lot of value there. Thank you. You're allowed to have hard days, dear Katrina. Is my intuition as strong as my wisdom, or are they both the same thing? I don't claim to be wise at all, but true wisdom does come from being able to be intuitive. In fact, that's the very difference between knowledge and wisdom. Wisdom is something you intuit in the moment. It doesn't come from your past. Your past is a reference for stories and vocabulary that can hold the wisdom, but the wisdom is an active process that takes place in this moment. In the same way that I don't have to memorize this book. If I have this book with me now, I can just bring my eyes to the words and start reading. Through observation of what is directly observable, you can relay that experience. All the truths of existence, because we exist now, are here with us. If you know where to look, all the answers to everything are in this moment. You don't have to memorize them. You don't have to find a book that'll tell you. You don't have to listen to someone else. They are here. They are in this very experience. Dear NNDN, you ask, do I believe in only one God or something else? It depends what you mean by God. To me, the word God means source. And of course, this universe originates from a unifying source. But that source manifests in many ways. And human civilization has experienced many different representations of that source energy. And all of them are equally valid and speak to individuals. We are each individuals, and so each of us have a unique way of connecting with our source. I hope that makes sense. What's the question, dear Specknots? What if you don't need the divine? What if you're strong enough to get it done yourself? I mean, if you... It's like a little kid. No, I can lift it. No, I don't need help. I can lift it. Okay. I mean, if you want to try to lift it yourself, go for it. But when you can't lift it and your back is hurt, don't be afraid to ask mom and dad for some help. Not to compare you to a child. I think children are lovely, and I consider myself to be a child too. But that's just what came to mind. We spend so much time in life trying to be strong. I don't want to be strong. I have no interest in being strong. I want to be vulnerable. I want to be ooey and gooey and mushy and lovey-dovey. I want to flow like water. The softer you make yourself, actually, the more immortal you become. You try to blow up a mountain, it'll break, and it'll never put itself back together again. But you place the same explosive in an ocean, you'll only create a temporary cavity, and then the ocean falls back into place again. Be like water. Thank you, dear Tanhaoyu, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. How much is 2 plus 2 times 2? Well, it's at least 2. More than that, because we're adding and multiplying whole numbers. Hello, dear Marcy. The topic of diet is, I think, everyone has their own journey. If you're interested, look up a yogic diet, but that's all I'll say. And I do intermittent fasting. Jimbo Jones, you ask, what's under my arm? That's what you want to know. This is a yoga danda. A yoga danda creates pressure on one side of the body and balances out your nervous system on the other side of your body. Since our nervous system is lateralized, it has faculties dedicated to your left hemisphere or your right hemisphere. Then activating one side of your body can create a very specific effect for the specific situation. For example, activating the right side, which is what is done when you put pressure on your left side, connects you with the things that the ancient people associated with the sun. That's your parasympathetic nervous system. Thank you, dear Trainadora Sara, for your rose, your heart me, and tiny tiny. Yippee! Deed bead you share, if you are the divine, there is no need, but possibly want for other divinity. If we were everything there is that is divine, then that's true. But we are only slices of the divine, and as slices we are always seeking more expansion into the infinitude of space that's possible for us to express. Infinite souls, but with a finite world. And in this finitude of time and space, there's always more of our divinity to discover, relate with, and externalize. That's the power of duality. Hello, dear BLXK. Dear brilliant genius, you ask, what would you do if someone you love is taking signs from the universe to indulge in a toxic relationship? Then don't be toxic with them. Their relationships are always their choice, but your relationship with them is your choice. Be loving to them. And if they get a kind of love that you are needing to give, then they won't need to search for that in unhealthy ways elsewhere. If they want to learn a lesson the hard way, let them. Give them your advice, but don't expect them to take it. Expectations, take them or leave them. In this case, leave them. Who knows how life will unfold? Just be there for your friend, for the person you love, and be a safe space for them to return to. Mental strength. I like that, dear Hex. Yeah. Mental strength comes from flowing, like we were talking about. Oh, hello, dear Taz. Welcome, dear Niall. Would you like to be friends? You're always welcome to be honest, dear Hex. Can I repeat that about the nervous system, dear Deed Bead? We have a lunar and solar nervous system. Our lunar nervous system, also known in modern terms as our parasympathetic nervous system, that corresponds with our left side of our body. Our solar nervous system, also known as our parasympathetic nervous system, corresponds to our right side of our body. Depending on what ratio of your sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system you want, your lunar or solar energy, you can create pressure on one side of the body, or you can change your breathing through which nostril, through pranayama exercises. That can be a helpful way to regulate your nervous system that the ancient yogis took full advantage of. Thank you, dear Fabio, for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Follow My Goals, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. Dear Jen, thank you for your heart me too. Om Ganganapataye Namah. And Katie, thank you for your finger heart. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Fabio, thank you for your team bracelet. Hare Krishna. The only place I have to guide you, dear Marcy, is more places to get lost in. Life is best something done when you're lost. Feel free to wander, my friend. Dear Matthew, you ask, do I believe in fate? And if so, do I think the will can redirect it? Well, it's a simple question of, do your actions have consequences? Yes, they do. Your fate is a consequence of your actions. If you no longer make decisions, then your fate is already decided based on all the decisions you've already made to that point. Right? Like if you gave up doing anything else, the rest of your life would unfold for you in correspondence with everything you've done up to that point. But the moment you engage with life, the moment you start acting, you start doing something, then you start creating new possibilities in your future. So both free will and fate go hand in hand. Your fate is decided by your free will. Much love, dear Trainadora. You're very welcome, dear Dia. Yes, there is the third one too, the central nervous system. Yeah. You're very welcome, dear Matthew. There are many understandings of karma. They all have their perspectives. What am I studying at the university? Asks Annika. Nothing. I'm not in university unless you call the universe my university. I'm enrolled in universality. My university is universality. Thank you, Pressy's page. Cosmic Girl, you ask, do I believe people have soulmates? Are we destined for someone from past life? Of course. In fact, we have all been each other's soulmate in at least one past life. It's simple combinatorics. If you calculate how long the soul lives, infinite. How long an average lifetime is, finite. Infinity divided by the finite is still infinite. So we've had infinite lives. We've gotten with every other soul. We have been each other's lover, mother, brother, significant other. We've been each other's pet worm and dog and teacher and student. We have done everything, and we're going to do it all over again in all sorts of ways. Yeah. Now you don't want to remember, because in this life, your mother is your mother. But in your last life, she could have been your husband. And your husband might have made a vow that I'm going to love you in every possible way. And to prove that, your husband reincarnated as your mother in your next life. And that's the reason your husband died maybe 20 years before you in your last life, is so that they could have that age gap, so that in the next life, when they were 20, they could have you as their child, because they love you so selflessly that they wanted to have the grace of loving you like a mother would. Now that's a soulmate, right? A soulmate says, I don't care if we're romantically involved. I'm happy to be your friend in your next life. I'm happy to be your best friend in middle school in your next life. I'm happy to be your brother in your next life, etc. We are all each other's soul family in that way, fulfilling all the roles like that. That's funny, Satan's girl. Dear brilliant genius, you ask, is there any practice that attempts to maintain the memories of this life to appreciate your next? Yes, but it's not easy. I will tell you. You have to leave your body consciously, meaning you don't wait until your body dies of natural causes. You have to enter Mahasamadhi, meaning that you set a time and date and you meditate and you consciously leave your body. Only a handful of people have done this, and that's why only a handful of people can remember their past lives. If you wait until you die of natural causes, it's probably not going to be the case that you remember. In other words, you leave your body sooner than is expected, before the karma of this body runs out. Then that energy maintains. Cosmic Girl, you ask, do we reincarnate immediately after we die, or do we float in space for some time? We do not reincarnate immediately after we die, unless you are really attached to this world, because bodies are a commodity. There's supply and demand. Yes, a human body is available every second or every few hundred milliseconds. But not all of them are going to be ones that you want to have. If you really want to come back here, like immediately, you can't bear to be away from this world for even a millisecond, well, there are billions of fruit flies being born every day. You can have one of those. That's why it's important not to be too attached to this world, because the more attached you are, the likelier it is you'll have a body that's more readily available. Because like a very tightly coiled spring, you'll bounce back into, a blade of grass, which is always sprouting somewhere, or a fruit fly or something. If you want just the right human body for your next life, that takes patience indeed. It can take maybe even years of just waiting until the right circumstance arises where you go, that's the body I want. But that requires non-attachment. Dear Paragon, you ask, can I tell you more about the Guru Nanda? Are you using Nanda in terms of an adjective? Or are you talking about Nanda? What am I thinking of? Nanda, or Nanda Gopa, is the cowherd chief and the foster father, of Krishna. Oh, I actually have never heard about his story before, but you've planted a seed. I'd love to learn more about Nanda's story. Lil Murti, you ask, do we all reincarnate though? Or is that all conceptual? If we look at everything in this life, it all comes and goes. But it never truly comes from nothing or goes to nothing. There is a recycling. Mother Earth recycles her bodies. For you not to reincarnate would to go against everything that your experience tells you. Truthfully, the consciousness does not reincarnate, only the body does. Body comes and goes, but consciousness remains the same. Thank you, dear Shakira, for your heartbeat. And tiny. Yippee! And Katie, thank you for your quintet of finger hearts. Aim Saraswatyai Namaha. Masa, you ask, are you the ego? Depends who's asking. If the ego is asking, then yes. If the ego is asking on behalf of the consciousness, no. The one you are asking on behalf of is the consciousness. Dear Juanita, do I believe that bad thinking about yourself and others are entities wanting to take control? You could look at it that way, but either way you look at it, or any way you look at it, the solution remains the same. And the solution is, think good thoughts. And if bad thinking are bad entities, then good thinking is like inviting the presence of angels in your life. Invite angelic thoughts and feelings. You don't have to take away darkness. In fact, you can't do that. There's nothing about darkness to take away. Instead, you shine a light and realize that darkness didn't exist as anything opposing light. It was just the absence of light. So bring in good thinking, bring in positive thoughts, and all of the negativity shall dissolve, just like darkness in the contact with light. Yes, we have spoken about Osho before, dear Paragon. Thank you, Strung by Stacy, for your team power. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Trina's happy place, thank you for your tiny dialogue. Yippee. Noisette, you had asked, how can you accept separation and movement and just life being constant move and change? You want to keep stuff. You want this form, no recycling. You accept it by realizing that you are not it. That anything that changes is not you, because you are the source of change. You are categorically changeless. You are the space of change. You are not this body. You are not your possessions. When someone throws a rock on your car, it might feel like, ow, 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 you know? If you watch someone take a hammer to your car, you might go, ooh, ow, ooh. But are you really feeling that? Similarly, whatever happens to this body, just like you hear the sounds the car makes when the window cracks, you see the paint get scraped off, you are witness to the wounds of this body and the internal sounds of pain that it generates. But are you that? Once you know that you are not this, you are not that, neti neti, then it doesn't matter if they come and go, but still we have a duty to use them as best we can. Realizing this doesn't mean that you give your car away and you let anything happen to your body. It just means that in addition to taking good care of your possessions, that there is that knowingness that whatever happens to them does not happen to you. You are free from those effects. And for everything that goes in life, another thing comes. When God closes a door, He opens another. Thank you, Fabio, for another TikTok. Rama Rama and dear Oren, thank you for your team cheers. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. That's a very, I'd be interested to hear that, dear Trina. That's very true, dear Thea. Physics says we are all energy, and energy never disappears. At the level of body and mind, you are very right. But there's something more than energy, and that you are. You are the source of energy, which actually is not made of energy. How can that be? You are like the silence which inspires music, even though music is not silent. It is made of silence. You are like the canvas beneath the painting, even though the painting masks the canvas. It is what upholds all of the meaning. This body and mind are energetic, but you are beyond even energy. I see the truth in that, dear little Marty. I am 23, dear Sabine. Mahasamadhi, that's right, brilliant genius. Just a S instead of a Z. What is meant by bad entities, asks Marcos. You'll have to ask the people that use those terms. I tend to see all of life as one entity, so I don't even consider breaking it up into different entities, nor do I see good and bad as diametrically opposing forces in life, but just a spectrum of things becoming good, given enough attention, energy, and love. Good evening, dear Al. Thank you, Kathleen, for your quartet of roses. Hare Krishna. Rainbow, thank you for your rose. Om Namah Karnim Ambita Me Shrin Nadita Me Haring Devita Me Aim Sarasvatyai Swaha. I'm happy to have you here, dear Bo. Masa, you ask, how can you tune into your higher self? Feed people, love people, serve people. Your higher self is a source of love, a source of service, and a refuge of food. Spiritual food, that is. Dear Noisette, you sure you don't want to be that source of change? You want to be this one, at least for a very long time. Well, this one that you are is a source of change, and you will always be a source of change for a very long time. Eternity is the longest time, in fact. Yeah, but it's good to have a body and take care of it for a long time. Yeah, that's wonderful. And you have the rest of your life to figure out how to gracefully leave it. This is not something you have to do right now. As long as you have a body, continue to take care of it. Just don't let the fear of death take you away from living. A wise person once said, I don't fear death as much as I fear not living. Or to put in other words, I don't fear my life coming to an end. I fear it never truly beginning. So begin, live. And to live means to live without that fear. Dalkinton, you ask, where does the permanent, non-changing self exist? It does not. Because to ask where is to put it in existence. Existence is full of impermanence, change. Everything exists relative to that which does not exist. The self, the unchanging permanence, resting nowhere, yet everywhere. Matthew, you ask, can I explain how the soul exists as a separate entity from the source? I cannot, because it does not. The soul is but a part of the source. It is only this body and mind which creates the sensation of a unique identity. But that source, which is equally within you as it is within me, is entirely one. I am 23, dear Rainbow. Drainadora, thank you for your hand hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Noisat, you ask, are we forced to exist in some way? We are not forced to exist, but we can't do anything else. Because non-existence only leads to existence. From nothing, everything is begotten. You try returning to the void only manifests yet another experience. And a banana, you share, as an anxious person, how do you become more confident or self-assured facing change? Well, let me make a slight correction. Be careful not to identify with the anxiety. You are not an anxious person. You are a person who experiences anxiety. Do you see the difference? When you identify with the anxiety, then you give it power. If you say, this is who I am an anxious person, then you persist that sense of self. So I would make this slight change. You are a person who experiences anxiety rather than a person who is anxious. It's subtle, but it creates a profound shift in how you understand what it is you experience. But you had asked, how do you become more confident or self-assured facing change? You don't. You become humble. That's the big secret. Change is best met not with confidence, but with humility. Be humble. What do we know? We know nothing in the grand scheme of things. Let's be humble and trust in the process. The only thing we have confidence in is that this universe will change, and we can trust that we will adapt, knowing that all we have is this moment, and everything that we need exists in this moment. No matter what changes, it will never be the case that what we need changes in this moment. What we need may change. Let me rephrase that grammatically. What it is that we need may change. But that which we need will never change its state from existing in this moment. That will always be true. So no matter what happens, through humility, through the sense of being receptive to a higher grace that is transforming all that is around us, we become servants to the moment, knowing that is our duty and that we could never fail at that. Thank you, dear Gustavo. Nice to have you here. This is Mother Earth. It's good to have your feet touching Mother Earth. No need to walk on your heels. It's a very high truth, dear A. Manur. Om Ram Brahmane Namah. Thank you, dear Tom R., for your good night. Om Kam Namah Prajapataye. What's the purpose of pain in this life? Asks Cosmic Girl. That's up to you. That's the best part, is that nobody gets to decide what you do with your pain other than you. You can use it to create a sense of entrapment or isolation. That's your choice. Or you can use it as a source of teaching. You can learn a lot about yourself through the pain you go through, and you can use that as a tool to empathize with others' pain. That's also your choice. And that choice is the beautiful part. Thank you, Yogi Zah, for your rose. Om Sum Suryaya Namah. Rock Vision, you share, every time you try to meditate, you fall asleep or see nothing. How can you go deeper? Sleep is a beautiful thing. That doesn't mean you're failing at meditating. Actually, sleep is a form of meditation. Yeah. What position do you meditate? That I'd like to know. And how can you go deeper? That will happen in its own time. Just keep trying. Don't focus on the goal. Focus on the progress you're making now. That's the best part. Not where you're headed. How far you've gone thus far. But how do you not fall asleep when meditating? Well, get a good night's rest first and then meditate. If you're sleepy, sleep. And then when you're more awake, meditate. Dear Blue Carolina, you are happy and settled, but you have trouble sleeping. Advice? Sleep will come when it's meant to come. Surrender all your excitement and fears to the divine. Drop into a state of vulnerability. Allow yourself to experience the unknown within you. If you need to externalize anything, write it down. But if sleep doesn't come, don't force your body into any state that it doesn't want to be in. Do something else. Journal, read a book, maybe even go for a short walk or take a shower. Rest will come at the right time. Robbie, you had asked, how will spirituality change when humans merge their minds with AI? Well, we're already doing that. Merging doesn't have to mean some cyborgism. In fact, you and I are merging our minds just by communicating right now. And it's all part of the same consciousness anyway. So, no difference, really. Thank you, the Nixomania. Dear Matthew, you ask, does the soul still have the concept of an identity, or is that simply the human ego? When you are truly living in the spirit of your higher self, your ego merges back into the universal self. It doesn't disappear in the same way that salt, when hitting water, doesn't disappear. It dissolves, rather. It's still there. It's just now one with. Your identity, your ahankara, is actually a beautiful part of your experience. It is the power of creation itself. The literal translation of ahankara is I maker. This means wherever you place your sense of self, creation unfolds. Where awareness goes, energy flows. If you place your sense of self in your body, your life will be in the direction of serving the body. If you place your sense of self in your mind, all your energies will go to serving the mind. That's fine, but it's ultimately unrewarding because there's only so much you can do for your body and mind, and still there's a lack of wholeness because the body and mind are not your whole identity. If instead you place your sense of self, not just in this body and this mind, but as the very essence that pervades all bodies and all minds, when your energies flow to serve that whole of life, the whole of existence, then there will be great peace and satisfaction. When the ahankara has merged back with source, only peace remains. And that is a process, not a destination. Dear Katie, you ask, do I have any advice if someone is scared to sleep? Oh, I've been there. I used to be afraid to sleep. Realizing that sleep is not something that happens suddenly, but it's a gradual falling, healed my fear. When you drift slowly to sleep at the pace that's comfortable for you, if you get worried, you can raise back into a higher level of consciousness and you drop back into it. It's not a binary that you're conscious or not conscious. You're always conscious. It's just what you're conscious of that changes. Are you conscious of the waking world, the dream world, or the causal world? You can slowly shift inward and inward in that way. That makes it a lot easier. Instead of going to sleep, go to dream. Dream is in between deep sleep and waking. So make your mind more dreamlike than feeling like you have to completely let go of the experience of form. I love that, Riri. Because the void manifests us, everyone is meant to exist. No one is a mistake. Thank you, dear HPD. Do the things that make you proud of yourself. I love that, Dean. Luke, you ask, what are the pronouns here? My pronouns are me and I. I am me. Yeah. Those are my first person pronouns. My second person pronouns are you and yours. So you can address me as you. My third person pronouns, well, let's think about that. Third person means you're addressing me to a third person, which means I'm not part of the conversation. If I'm not part of the conversation, then it's up to you to decide how you want to address me. But when it's just you and I, then it's just you and I. Do you get it? And you ask, if we have shitty people in our lives, does this mean we deserve it? Absolutely. Do you know why? Because shit is the best form of compost to grow things out of. Manure is a farmer's best friend. The challenges we experience from others is our fertilizer to grow in the ways that they have not. That's good shit. That's holy shit, in fact, to grow into that divinity. Anyway. How am I in real life, asks Noisette. How do I cope with guilt? Well, I beat myself up for a while until I realized that that's not going to solve anything. And I come to the conclusion, every time, it's the same conclusion. I can't change the past. The future has yet to come. All I can do is focus on this moment, take accountability, and be inspired for the next. Hello, dear Narcissus. You can tell me if there's a way to pronounce your name that you'd prefer. Please let me know. I love the sun. Surya Namaha. I like that, Bubbles. This Sangha is like lost and found, full of treasures. Marta, you share when you lose someone, and you're grieving and in pain. That doesn't teach you nothing. It's just pain. That is what someone who is still in the process of learning would say. But everyone who has spent that duration of grief exactly how they need to, in whatever works for them, will always come on the other side of that grief with a lesson. For example, you learn that it was never the body of the person that you were truly connected to. It was their heart, it was their soul, and that has not gone anywhere. In fact, their heart and soul has merged with your heart and soul, and you learn that. The only thing that's changed is that their address has changed. You no longer can deliver mail to the same address, to the body. You need a different mailing system to deliver information, to continue developing that relationship. That grief takes time, and you're allowed to lose. You're allowed to feel like you've lost something. But what you inevitably realize is that everything that you were truly attached to has always been a part of you. That's why we say that other people are part of us. We say that to affirm ourselves, that you have always known them, and you always will, because even when their body goes, which is not a part of you, the part of you that they are is still here. Thank you, dear Anna Banana, for your rose. Bro, you ask how to get used to being sensitive, seeing things outside of 3D, getting emotions. If you're getting overwhelmed with the spiritual plane, come back. Come back to the material plane. You can always go back when you're feeling better. It's good to ground yourself. Don't lose yourself in the spiritual plane. We exist at both levels, the material and the spiritual, simultaneously. Pardon me. Brilliant Genius, you ask, can meditation help with bad dreams or any other tips for that? Absolutely. Bad dreams are an experience of unresolved traumas in your subconscious. Meditation can help you process those things in your subconscious consciously. Another thing you can do is stop poisoning your subconscious by paying attention to things that traumatize you. People will say, oh, it's good to be aware of all the suffering in the world. That is true. But how are you being aware of that? How is that information being delivered? Is it video after video of horrifying images and grim stories and people telling you that there's no hope and that all is lost? That does something very dangerous for our subconscious. Or are you watching hours after hours of psych thrillers? Or are you listening to podcasts of unresolved murder cases? Please, don't do that to your subconscious. Even if you consciously enjoy it, your subconscious does not know any better. It's like a child getting traumatized. Instead, fill your awareness with profound stories of hope. Still, be in contact with the suffering in this world. Don't hide from that, but turn your attention to those who are doing something about it. Pace yourself. Don't doom scroll. Carefully find those people who are helping. Take care of your body and mind. Look at all the charity that you have available to do. What can you do for help? Feed your subconscious with healing energy, with opportunities, with challenges for making the world a better place. Heal from your trauma. See the good in others, and you will dream wonderful dreams when your subconscious is healed too. Dear Michelle, you're wondering if we can please pray together for your friend who lost someone. Absolutely. May we pray for your friend and know that everything about that person that they've lost is still a part of their heart and soul. And whatever form that being takes next, it will be one of grace, of love, of harmony, and that they are precisely where they are needed in this universe at this time. May all those who are suffering from anxiety and depression and all mental illness find a way that takes them out of the quagmire of darkness of this world and into the light of their soul. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Helena. for the heart me and trio of roses and TikTok that you sent. Om Tham Namastandaraya. Dear Noisette, you ask, what do I think happens when someone takes their own life? Well, their family becomes very sad. All of their loved ones have to process that. And in their next life, they haven't learned the lessons that they needed to learn in this life. And so they will still be faced with the challenges that drove them to take their own life. In other words, suffering does not end at death. Peace begins in this moment when we are alive and we choose to do something about it. Healing is available for everyone. But their soul will always find a way. No one is lost forever. Cosmic Girl, you ask, at what age was I aware that I was different? For a long time I felt I was different, but it was not that I became aware of that later. It was when I became aware that I'm not different, that actually we are all the same deep down, that we all put on this mask to try to stand out as different from one another, but ultimately we all know what it's like to love and lose, to experience pleasure and pain, to win something and to suffer defeat. And we are all searching a way to be happy. We are all deeply human in that way. Brilliant Genius, you ask, can spiritual practice help with negative superego injunctions? There's some psychology for you. What is the superego again? It's the part that deals with morality. True spirituality, actually, this is going to sound very funny. It has nothing to do with morality. In fact, you stopped moralizing everything on the spiritual path, because morality is not something you have to think about to do, despite what our mind tells us. Just by being deeply present, everything you need to do becomes done. The only people that are not helping each other are the ones whose minds are fixated on something outside of this moment. When you are truly present, everything that needs to get done will get done. And because we are part of the whole, it is in our nature to serve the life around us. You don't have to moralize it to do it. In other words, the superego only exists as a mechanism to at least be a little bit helpful when our awareness is outside of this moment. But when you are truly centered in this moment, there is no longer a need for the superego. Your sense of morality is a natural extension of who you are when you connect with what is before you. Yeah. Hello, EP Sleepy Kitty. Little Magua, you share dark energies flow through you. Well, be a channel for light energies. Oh, lovely being. Dear Mitreza, thank you for your rose and rosa. Hare Krishna. I'm so lost in the comment section. I'm 87 messages behind. There's just so much engagement. I'm trying to get through it as quickly as I can. So much for the fields. A lot of heavy karma to sift. This is the field. The kshetra. Dear Lindsay, you ask, can we ever truly know the nature of reality, or is it beyond human understanding? There's always something more to learn, and that's not a burden, that's a blessing. Mm-hmm. Dear Louis, you ask, what do I think about protests all around the world, generally, especially in Turkey? This is the first time I'm hearing of them. I trust that you all will inform me on what I need to know. I don't watch the news or anything, or scroll. All I know is that I'm happy to explore that topic with you. If you want to, we can break it down together, and I'm happy to affirm anyone who might be affected by such things. Dear Chad, you ask, what are some sources to expand one's knowledge of the soul and spirituality if just starting? Once you realize that you're not just starting, you have always been on the path, then everything around you is a source to expand your knowledge. I am happy, dear Helensky, and I am never alone, because the universe is my best friend. Thank you, dear Alyssa. Avant-garde, you had asked how to deal with shame. You are allowed to reflect on past mistakes, if they were truly yours and not a projection from others onto you. But please reflect in a way that adds value to this moment. Nobody can change the past. The universe is not expecting you to. So why beat yourself up for something the universe never intended for you to beat yourself up over? The universe wants you to thrive, and your thriving is only done by making the most out of what you can today. Your mistakes are not your enemy. They are your friends that teach you how to be better today. Yes, I recognize you, dear EP Sleepy Kitty. Lotus Flotus, you ask, where have I traveled so far? I have traveled far and wide, but still have not left my own consciousness, no matter how hard I try. Hello, dear Kyutsuki. Divinity, you share, I'm really good at telling them things they already know. You love it. Well, there's not much else to tell them. Thank you, Benita, for your rose. Om Vastudevataya Namah. I am on Instagram. I don't do much on there, other than it's a place for you to message me. Everything I do is for free. You can always send me a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. That's linked in the link tree in my bio. And I do post on my stories when I am going live, in case that's helpful for you. And Michelle, you had asked how to deal with feelings of guilt after a loved one has self-exited. That's their choice. You describe them as a loved one. That means you offered love to them at some point in your life. Your love is an opportunity that they chose not to take up. Any one of us has the power to offer love as an option, not as one that makes demands on the other person or any expectations. We all have infinitely healing souls. If another person knows that, which they must, if you said that they are a loved one, then they chose otherwise, and that's not your decision. That's theirs. But you can still offer love, because their body was only one means of delivering that love. Now they do not hear with physical ears. They hear the intention of your heart. You can still radiate peace in their direction, wherever that may be. Star Lily, you ask, how do you deal with so many people who don't understand? Be a living embodiment of what there is to understand. And if they can't recognize that potential in the happiness that so easily radiates from you in your lived understanding, then there's nothing else for you to do but be happy. Brilliant genius, you share, you think you know what's affecting your dreams. You're unsure how to stop it when it's people around you. Almost. I don't mean to correct you. But it's not the people around you. It's how you process the people around you. That's to empower you. You could be surrounded by 1,000 people speaking only negatively. But it's still your responsibility how you choose to process their words. If you imbibe their negativity as is, then you're right. And your dreams will be affected by that. And if you're forced to be around these people, then there's nothing you can do. But you do have something else. And that's your ability to think differently about what it is that they are doing or saying. Even if a person speaks negatively, you can transform that energy from the inside before it reaches your subconscious. Filter it just like you were filtering muddy water, and so that only pure distilled water reaches your subconscious. That is the power of right knowledge. With the right knowledge, you filter your experiences, just like separating that mud from the water. And you can fill your awareness with your true interests. That too. And dear Chadwell, you had asked, if something should happen to this platform, where can you find me? You can find me in every cup of tea. Hello, B Castle. You're very welcome, Juanita. Dean, you would suspect that trauma in the long run is actually a good thing. Compost for mind. If you know how to properly utilize your experience, you can turn the most horrible past into the most amazing future. That is the power of the present moment. You can alchemize lead, which is a poison, into gold, which is a treasure. And you ask, do I believe in hell? I believe we have the power to create hell, but we also have the power to create heaven. And that is our choice. Noizet, you can ask how you can stop existing. Just for some time. It's exhausting. It's beautiful. But like that makes it worse. That's called sleep. Sounds like you need some sleep. The state of deep sleep is much like the state of enlightenment. Get yourself some deep sleep, my friend. I'm 23, dear Helena. Hello, dear Wes. Thank you, dear David. Amen. That's beautiful, Max. Yes. Veliki, you ask, who is the pinnacle of poetry in my opinion? My mom. I love her poems when she decides to share them with me. And thank you, Rami, for your rose. Ashwini Bhyam Namah. And dear Night Witch Tarot, Lena, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. I do take all the time to read the comments, Grandma, and I'm sorry that it takes so long to do so. Kyutsuki, you share sometimes you feel so stuck in research. Sometimes you can't learn anymore. Yeah, give your mind breaks. Rest. You can only learn after periods of sleep or boredom or meditation. If you allow yourself to rest in that way, then you process what it is you learn. That's funny, Bonita. You're allowed to have anger. Of course, dear Michelle. Of course, people are going to feel guilty if someone close to us takes their life. That's part of the grief. What we have to learn through our grief is that that was their decision, and that was not a reflection of anything that you did or didn't do. If you were a friend, a loved one, that is a space they could have chosen to find refuge in. And all sorts of emotions will be brought up in processing that. And that takes a while. Ultimately, the greatest refuge is our hearts. And in a way, they have taken refuge in our hearts, because that is where we will find them going forward. Namaskaram, dear Connor. And thank you, dear Anna, for your tiny dino. Yippee! You want to comfort them even a little, if that's even possible. Absolutely. Yeah. Pray. Good night, dear Cynthia. It's your daughter's birthday tomorrow. Well, I sent my best wishes for another solar return for your lovely daughter. Juanita, you ask, how do you overcome the feeling of you've been used for your kindness and then left alone? You don't overcome that, but you affirm yourself that true kindness is never to teach other people that it's okay to take advantage of kindness. In your higher kindness, you set boundaries. You give them the space to discover what they need to find in themselves, that they are unnecessarily taking from you. You use that feeling as a teacher. It teaches you to set boundaries, and boundaries are a good thing because it helps channel your kindness to where it really needs to go. No, we never filter the reality of suffering in the world, dear Andrea, but we filter the way that information reaches our subconscious. If it reaches our subconscious like a dagger, like an arrow, like a sword, then that only adds to the abuse. In fact, we abuse our subconscious by being hyper-aware of the abuse. All that changes is not what we're aware of, but the quality of our awareness itself. For example, you change the fact from being represented as there are many children who are being abused. You change that to there clearly is reason to invest in empathy in parenting. Children need responsible caretakers. We need more therapy in this world. There are so many souls that have yet to blossom that require love and guidance. And we deserve to embody our role as guardians for the children of this world. Do you see the difference? We've taken something that we're aware of and changed the way that we are aware of. Now, when that reaches our subconscious, it's empowering. It's the same thing. There is abuse. But now, that knowledge no longer abuses the subconscious and creates a wound in ourselves. Now, that knowledge is adapted to bring out something within us that inspires us to create change in the world. Does that make sense? Every negativity in this world is not something to hide from, something to learn from. But may you learn not a lesson that hurts you. May you learn a lesson that motivates you to grow in some way. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your jester cat, your rose and ice cream. Shikhandine Nama. And your Destiny Marie, thank you for your rosa. Elvira Bhadraya Nama. And Lena, thank you for your rose. Om Ishwaraya Nama. I'm glad we connected at that level, dear Patrick. How do I recommend someone with ADHD and HFA to meditate? I would meditate in such a way that you use your mind rather than trying to not use your mind. That's called Rupa Dhyana, RUPADHYANA. You actually meditate on some scene, like a garden or something, and you let your ADHD express itself in the garden. You go, ooh, there's a flower in my inner garden. Oh, what is the smell like? Oh, there's a buzzing bee. Oh, passing clouds, blue sky. You let your attention flourish in your Rupa Dhyana. It can be a great practice. Mantras is also a great thing. They're very encapsulating. Hello, dear Kyoto. Hello, dear Savlin. I've been praying for you. How are you? Thank you for being part of the space, dear Serenity. We do have a Discord, dear Savlin. Yeah. That is found as the icon at the top of the link tree in my bio. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your quartet of jester cats. Bhumyai Namaha. Welcome, dear Cynthia. Hello, dear gang. Whatever you want. Thank you for hearing me, dear Rachel. I only endeavor to be a student, dearest pumpkin. I learned so much from my interactions with you. And thank you for offering that opportunity, dear user 746. Bonita, you ask, can you help send love to a past loved one? Absolutely. Tell me about them. What about them made you smile? They will receive our love just by rejoicing in their presence that had made an imprint on you. You can play Minecraft while meditating. That is very true, and yeah. Strip mining, what a meditation. Or just exploring your world. It's a good meditation too. Now, I finally made it back to the present moment in terms of the comments. I would like to end the live stream with a meditation for the third night of Navaratri, the 9 nights of the goddess. But first, Bonita, you share, it's a boy, a little guy who was 7. You didn't know him, but you feel like he needs a hug and some love. I love that. May we send with you some love to this little boy who made an impression on you of just how huggable he is. May we all aspire to be huggable. And may we all send love to our inner child too. Coding can be very meditative, dear Michelle, indeed. Welcome, dear Emma. Lots of love your way for this little boy, indeed, dear Anne. Much love. All right. Let's do a little meditation together, shall we? Tonight is the third night of Navaratri, the 9 nights of the goddess. The first night was dedicated to Shaila Putri, the daughter of the mountains. The second night was dedicated to Brahmacharini, the one who has understood that in that moment they need no other partner, that they are fully independent and complete just by being themselves. I think we need more representation of that kind of feminine. The third night is a little different from that. The third night we celebrate Chandraghanta. In Sanskrit, feminine names end with a long vowel, often, like E or A. In this case, it's A. Chandraghanta. This means the one who is adorned with a moon-shaped bell. Chandra means moon. Ghanta means bell. It's said that when Parvati, form of the goddess who married Shiva, got married, that Shiva adorned her with a little moon-shaped bell to honor the fact that the feminine is so deeply tied with the moon, and Parvati is an embodiment of the moon. And in spirituality, it's said that the moon represents our mind, because the moon, much like the mind, reflects the light of the sun, or divine consciousness. Although the divine consciousness, like the sun, is ever consistent in its illumination, the phases of the moon are changing based on our perspective on earth. So too, the divine feminine represents the changing of the tides. It represents the divinity that our mind reflects. This mantra is dedicated to her. The mantra is Om Chandraghantaya Namaha. I didn't have enough space today to write some pronunciation pointers, so you'll just have to listen closely, but I'll go through them once quickly too. The vowels O and A, as well as the glide I, are all long. Every other vowel is short. All the Z. Then at the end of the pranava, we have the anuswara indicated in the International Alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration as an M with a dot under it. You don't have to close your lips to make the sound like the regular M in English. It's more of a changing of the dominant place of resonance to the nasal cavity, the highest place of resonance in the body. That C actually indicates a palatal plosive, cha, not unlike the diagram CH in English. The reason it's not transliterated as CH is because CH is reserved for a different phoneme. That's the aspirated palatal plosive, cha. This is not cha. This is cha. Chandra. Similarly, there's an aspirated guttural plosive, ga, ga, different from if there was just a G without an H, ga. This is ga. All the R's in Sanskrit are made retroflex, so you hear a little roll, Chandra. You obviously don't have to extenuate it like I've done there. And below the N and T, we have 2 dots. In this case, these dots indicate that these are retroflex, meaning you curl your tongue back to pronounce them, just like the R. And it's your bottom of the tongue that taps against the hard palate to make the sounds nta, nta in Ghanta. And finally, the only other weird sound is this visarga, it's called, which is an H with a dot under it in this transliteration scheme. It is an expulsion of breath. It probably doesn't correspond to anything that we're familiar with in English, other than just breathing. It's a little exhale at the end. Nama, nama. All together, in precise Sanskrit pronunciation, this mantra is Chandraghantaya Namah. So we can repeat after me. We'll do it 108 times with the help of this mala, which will count out our repetitions for us so that we don't have to. Whilst we chant, let us connect to our divine feminine and celebrate the moon as an expression of that femininity in relation to our minds. Chandraghantaya Namah. 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 Salutations to the one adorned with the moon-shaped bow. Let us sit in silence for a few moments. Pardon me. As we reflect on the insight gained from chanting this mantra, may we reflect on the nature of the moon and our mind, and as the divine feminine. happy Navaratri. Thank you for meditating with us and chanting. Before we go, I have to show you the music that we're listening to. It comes with a visual. Look how lovely this is. Just a woman, lotus position, playing on some divine instrument that I don't know the name of, in a river. Now that is divine. Thank you to those who sent a gift. Most we read, or most we chanted. Sorry, I'm so used to saying that. Most we chanted. Thank you. Thank you, Lena, for your pair of roses. Shikhandini Namaha. Thank you for your confetti, dear Anna Banana. Om Shaila Putrai Namaha. And someone with a Cyrillic name. Cosmos, thank you for your heart me. Om Brahmacharya Namaha. Thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Hairspray Betty, thank you for your tiny dang. Yippee! I love that, dear Magdalene Rain Priyaji. May you all move effortlessly in the blessed current of the Divine's embrace. I love that. It's true, dear Arn. The owl is a symbol of wisdom. And goodbye, dear Michelle. Yes. Good reminder to eat and rest. Thank you, dear Fabio, for your heart me. Om Ham Jum Sa Om Bhur Bhuvaswa Om Triambakam Yajamahe Om Tatsavitur Varenyam Om Sugandhim Pushte Vardhanam Om Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Om Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Om Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat Om Mrityo Mukshiyamamritat Om Swaha Om Bhuvaha Om Bhuh Om Sah Om Jom Om Ham Om. Good night, dear Anne. Thank you for your blessings, dear 666. Much love back to you. Thank you everyone for being here. May you all have a wonderful rest of your afternoon, your morning, your evening, your night, whatever time it is for you. Don't worry, I don't bite. Unless you want me to. Thank you, dear Fabio. Thank you, dear MJ. Thank you to my lovely moderators who help keep the peace. If there's anything I can do to make this space more inclusive for you next time, or anyone, please let me know. Hold me accountable to my humility. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma mritangamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Om. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. That is the English translation of the ancient Sanskrit that came before it, dear soul. It's funny. All paths are equally divine. As long as you are growing in your kindness, your compassion, your understanding, your patience, then you are truly blessed with angelic presence. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.